Good afternoon, everyone. I hear it now. It's there. Good evening, everyone.
District Clerk? District Clerk. I don't think it's working right. Is this?
Good evening, everyone. Hello.
Hello, hello. Good evening, everyone. Can I have your attention, please? Thank you.
Wonderful. That's okay.
What are you using?
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, once again.
Starts talking about the incident.
Is she here?
Yeah. Once again, good evening, everyone. Please take your seats. Mr. Triana, would you like me to begin?
Yeah, please.
Thank you. Welcome, everyone, to the Board of Education Action Meeting. Today is June the 17th. Trustee Petra Quintanilla.
Present.
Trustee Michelle Wilson.
Present.
Trustee Rodney Keynes.
Present.
Trustee Dr. Ples Dickerson.
Present.
Vice President Floyd Ewing.
Present.
Board President Robert Triano Jr.
Present.
Mr. President, we have a quorum.
Thank you all for being here and begging our pardon for being late. There's a lot going on this evening. There was a middle school musical performance just before the board meeting started, and we're going to hear a brief selection from some of those students. And they are just so anxious to play for you that it's really exciting to see their excitement. We also had a retirement party for some of our retirees who served the district for many, many years. And we're sorry to bid them adieu, but we're happy that they're starting a new chapter in their life. Can I ask you all to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and a moment of silent meditation? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic Thank you all. Maestro?
Thank you. All right, one more time. This is the Westbury Middle School 6th grade band. They're going to play
Thank you, Ms. Edwards, and thank you to the band.
Thank you so much.
That was outstanding. Okay, you ready? I guess, is this the agenda? No, this is the agenda. Thank you all again for your patience. I feel a need to address some issues that are going on in our community now that I think everybody here is aware of. I don't have to go into too much detail. Since the beginning of the year, the Westbury School District, the board, administration, have been intentionally and strategically silent about some of the actions being taken by leadership in DC. We have been intentional about that, not because we don't care, but because we were concerned about retribution. Retribution, not so much against us as individuals, but perhaps against our school district, because people that dole out money have the power to hold back money as well. We were worried about bringing attention to ourselves. We were worried about the effect on students. We were worried about the effect on parents. So we made the conscious decision that it would be best if we didn't say much of anything, for fear, again, of becoming a target. Since the new administration took over, we continually hear rumors about federal authorities being in our schools, and we wanted to address that and make sure everybody knows, because I deal with this nearly every day. I want to make sure everybody knows that we have not, the Westbury School District, has not encountered even one experience where a federal authority has either requested to come into our buildings or has been in our buildings. So whatever you may have heard, it's not accurate. It came to a height this past, I guess that was actually last week, where we had what appeared to be federal authorities sitting outside of Park Avenue School. They were not on our property, as some people have alleged, but they were sitting close by. That had a chilling effect on many of our parents, and I hope not, but perhaps on our students. And I know it had an effect on the board and the administration. And so we immediately began to make sure that all of our staff knew what our policies were in the event that those authorities did try to make entry into our school. Now, it turns out that, and not all of you will believe this, but it turns out they weren't there to carry out a deportation. They were there as part of an investigation of a crime. Nevertheless, it caused fear in our community. And I wish that they had exercised care about where they decided to stage what may have been, what I believe was, a legitimate police action. But they didn't exercise that care. And it created even more fears. And the very next day, our attendance rate in Park Avenue School went down significantly. And rumors began to fly, more so than they had at any other time. And I wanted to make the statement, and Dr. Chase is going to speak a little bit about the steps that the Westbury School District has taken to try to ensure that the laws of this country are administered fairly and equitably and in accord with how we understand the law. I think we have taken many precautions to ensure that our students and their parents are protected, and our staff members as well. And we want to, Dr. Chase is going to go over some of that, but I want to reinforce the idea that, not the idea, the truth, that at no time have ICE officers been in our schools. And we will do everything under the law that we can to ensure that I can continue to make that statement every day. Dr. Chase?
Good evening, all. It is awesome to see a crowded room, and I could not think of a better time to talk about some of the work that we have done, the advocacy work. You know, in my conversation with scholars about advocacy, is one of the things that I've said is that advocacy doesn't always have to be loud, but it has to be active. And our district, prior to the presence of any sort of federal authorities, was proactive in gathering all of the administrators and our PPS team and training them on protocols and procedures and putting those protocols and procedures in place. In fact, we've done that work in the winter, and we were one of the first school districts to do that work. One of the other things that we prioritize is how we communicate, and how we communicate to you all as a family was intended to protect you all, not to withhold information. So using channels such as St. Bridget's Church, working with Father John, using PTA, using other key members, the face liaisons in the community, to communicate to you all when there could be a possible problem. One thing that we, and I'm going to say we, the Board of Education and I, are not blind to is the fears that exist in our community. We know it's there. We share those fears. What we're doing is making sure that there are systems in place in our school district where our children are safe. And the safest place our kids could be is in one of our schools. I'm going to repeat that. One of the safest places our children can be is in one of our schools. We have security team administrators who are trained, who are ready to take good care of our children if there's ever an emergency. I will also share with you that we have such caring and careful administrators in our school district because we also recognize that there are children in our school district who may have some fear about coming out to school. We met with our Commissioner of Education just the other day to ask about provisions for children who might be afraid to come out. That's the Westbury way. And I will tell you, we spoke to the commissioner on a Tuesday evening. She opened up her calendar to us 10 o'clock the next morning. The Westbury School District, I'm proud of the work that we're doing, parents and family. The teachers have been absolutely exceptional with keeping our children safe and happy and well educated and focused on academics. The other day when there was an accident 2 blocks away from Park Avenue School, the staff at Park Avenue knew that we would have a problem with possibly dismissing children because they would see chaos outside of their building. Immediately, our director of transportation found a way to make sure that we transported kids safely home. But the teachers at Park Avenue stayed with the scholars to make sure that they were all safe and cared for. I just want to assure our community that we hear you, we see you, we know. Oh, no, we know what you are going through. And we share a common goal of ensuring that our children arrive to school safely, they are safe at school, and they get back to you safely. I also want to share one more thing. We are entering graduation season, and it's a season where people gather. We understand that that may provide a heightened sense of fear and anxiety, and we recognize that. Families, with the work of our Commissioner of Education, with the work of our attorney who is on the dais, and working with our school administrators, we will be enacting another layer of safety and security for graduation. You will be receiving information from your child's principal very soon, because it is our goal to make sure that you enjoy these moving up ceremonies and graduation safely. Graduation will also be streamed live. So if you have family members who are not able to come for whatever reason, that they will still be able to enjoy watching our beautiful scholars get what they earned at the moving up ceremony and graduation. So I just want to share just a few of the systems that we've put in place. And as you know, safety and security cannot be shared widely. I can't divulge everything. But I do want you to know that we do have our families, all of our families, in mind. We have our staff and our faculty in mind. And we have our administrators in mind when we make decisions. I thank you all, community, families, for trusting us. I thank the PTA, Kerrison, and other outside organizations, FACE Liaison, for trusting us and working with us to get and St. Bridget's Church for getting the word out and communicating with our families and ensuring that everyone is safe as much as we can and that our children are cared for. Thank you all. This is a topic that, to open up our meeting to talk about, it's heartfelt. It's not easy. All of the educators in the room can attest to the fact that this isn't something that we learned in our graduate school courses. This is done out of a labor of love, and we just using plain old common sense. I'm going to encourage our families. I'm going to encourage our staff. And I know that we have some dedicated advocate scholars who are sitting here. Keep communicating with us. When you see something, let us know. When we see something, we will continue to use the communication channels to let you know. We are in this together, and that's the only way we're going to be able to keep each other safe and sound if we continue to work together. Thank you all, and please enjoy the rest of the board meeting.
I'd like to say a little bit more. So I can't imagine what it's like to be a child leaving home for the day, not sure if your parent will be there when you come home. Some people in our meetings are streamed, and some people who perhaps are listening to this and hearing what we are saying, and maybe even some of you that are here. I hope not.
Troiano, excuse me, I just want to make sure that our translators are translating for those families who may not have access to our English-speaking translators. We thank you for what you're doing. Please give us a thumbs up that our Haitian-speaking families and our Spanish-speaking families can hear this message. Thumbs up. Thank you.
So some people may say, why is the school district talking about this at all? It's not their business. It's a federal matter. It's a policy matter. But it is our business. The fear, insecurity, anxiety that our students feel impacts their mental health, impacts their academic performance, impacts their trust in all of us that are here. And so it is our business. And we are going to continue to do everything we can to protect those babies and to provide them with all the counseling that we can provide to make their lives a little less stress. And that's why it was important that we say something that they know, that those students know, and that their parents know that we're here for them. And our saying this year, our theme, has been Here for Kids. I'm going to add to that, Here for Kids and Parents. So thank you all, and I hope you will appreciate and understand why it is that we felt compelled to say something tonight, given the heightened sense of concern in the Westbury community. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go on? Okay. What's the first thing? We're going to do that first?
Whatever you want to do.
Okay. So we have an agenda, as many of you know who have come to board meetings before, and the agenda calls for us to go through the minutes, go through reports and presentations from the administration, to hear comments from the public, and then to do commendations. Well, we've got a lot of students here and adults that we want to recognize and acknowledge, so we're going to, with the board's agreement, we're going to move that section to the top of the meeting. So may I have a motion? Yeah. May I have a motion to move Section 4 commendations to the top of the meeting?
So moved.
It's been moved. Do you have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Ayes. Trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Keynes.
Aye.
Trustee Bowling.
Aye.
Trustee Dr. Dickerson.
Aye.
Vice President Ewing.
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Thank you. I want to exercise some privilege by talking about a board member who is not listed in the commendation section, because I wanted this to be a bit of a surprise to him, but he somehow found out about it anyway. So we had a bit of a retirement party for some of the staff in our district who are not going to be returning next year. Pedro Quintanilla, who has been on the board for 9 years, has made the decision for himself and for his family, and they are here tonight, that he was not going to run for re-election, and he is going to be leaving us officially come June 30th. But this is his last public meeting. He thinks it's his last meeting, but he doesn't know that I've got another special meeting in mind for him. I'd like to talk a little bit about Pedro as a board member, and then I want to recount some of my personal feelings about Pedro. Pedro is like all of our board members, is a consummate professional, committed to this community and committed to service. Like all of our board members, we are called on to meet just more than twice a month. The planning meeting and the action meeting. We meet at other times as well. There was a point where we had for 8 consecutive days, we met. I don't think during that time, Pedro ever missed a meeting. And saying that over the 6 years that I have served with him, and over I can't really speak for the prior 3 years, but that in itself is quite a commendation. And so I respect for him for that, and want you all to recognize him for that. But I get to work with Pedro in a way that you don't see. I oftentimes have to call individual board members to talk about a particular issue that I see looming, and I explain it to them. Pedro is an incredible listener. When I call him, he says, "What's up?" And I then go in and discuss what it is I want to talk to him about. He is silent, listening to every word I have to say. When I am done, he takes a few seconds and then incisively and with his analytical mind articulates his decision. And he's able to go 1, 2, 3 and lay out exactly how he feels. And I respect his ability to think logically, to be analytical, and to be able to express his thoughts and his decisions uncategorically at almost just a moment. So I really, and that's something that you as board members, as community members, don't get to see. And most board members don't talk a lot up here, and so you don't get to see them in action like I do. And I'm just incredibly impressed by Pedro's intellectual prowess, his decision-making capabilities, and his logical analysis. So please give Pedro a big round of applause for that. It is my aim to bring a tear to Pedro's eyes tonight, so I'm going to continue. Pedro, and I can't share his entire story because that's for him to share. But he's got an incredible history of prevailing over long odds, of taking matters into his own hands to make sure that he got everything he could out of his innate abilities. We talked a little bit about how some of our students may be feeling fear and anxiety, stress. Pedro can tell you stories about waking up in El Salvador to the sound of bullets being fired down his street, of looking out his window and seeing people who had been the victims of a civil war, of leaving that country and emigrating to the United States and on the West Coast, and coming east, coming to Long Island, and overcoming a school district that was really not meeting his educational needs, and figuring out a way at the age of, 16 or 17, how to get himself moved to another school district where they could take his abilities and draw it out in him to what we have today. Someone who has won election to the Board of Education, someone who ran unopposed twice to this Board of Education, someone who now sits as a member of the Westbury Village Trustees, the first Hispanic member of that board, someone who was able to go to college, graduate, someone who had a very successful career on Wall Street, and more important than all of that is someone who exhibits great character. And I don't care what your academic successes are, what your professional successes are. What's most important is who you are as a human being, what your character is. And I'm not at liberty to go into too many details, but I am forever thankful to Pedro. Is he crying yet? Sasha, is he crying yet? Because I can go even deeper. No? Okay. To Pedro and to his wife, Sasha. And I also want to recognize Olivia, his daughter, and Lucas, his son. But recently, Pedro had an opportunity for further advancement that he and his wife, Sasha, thought about and talked about and prayed about. And after doing that, they decided that while it would be personally beneficial to them to take that opportunity, that because it would not have been the right thing for this community, they agreed as a family that they would not take that opportunity. And it's an example of Pedro putting community ahead of himself. It was a selfless act. It was an act that shows great character. And in my estimation, Pedro is a man among men, and I am sorry to see him leave this board, but I'm happy to know him, my friend, Pedro Quintanilla. So before the meeting, Pedro asked me not to embarrass him. I hope I haven't embarrassed him, but I hope I've given you a proper salute and a goodbye.
So, Mr. Troiano, I'd like to add and echo a lot of your comments. I think you're going to make me cry. It has truly been an honor and a privilege to work with Pedro. What a lot of people don't know is that, I was thinking about it today, Pedro and I have known each other almost 20 years.
Yeah, 20.
It's been that long. Sasha, Olivia, and Lucas. My family's known his family for a long time. It's been my privilege. As Robert stated, he is a remarkable human being. This community hopefully knows what a gem they have in him. He really is dedicated, compassionate, very passionate, fights for equity, and he simply just does what's right. In a community, in a world where a lot of right's not being done. But he stands for what's right, and what a lot of people don't see on the board is that, you know, at times we don't have the same opinions. And he's not afraid to share his, which I value a lot. And I value that with all my board members, because I think that that's what makes us a good board, because we have different perspectives. And he has his convictions, and as I said, I value it. I'm really sorry to see him go, but I'm very thankful that we've had this journey. And, you know, at the end of the day, there are a few people along your journey that really mean a lot to you professionally and personally, and Pedro's one of those for me. So I don't know if that's going to make you cry, but just know that you're going to be missed. You really will be missed.
Thank you. Thank you, Michelle.
So thank you.
I know that my fellow board members would want to say a few words as well, and I am very cognizant of respectful of the time, you know, that you put to come out this evening for different reasons. But thank you for being here. I have prepared remarks. I'm going to try to be brief, and I'm going to read them in English and Spanish because, you know, majority of our population is Spanish-speaking. I don't speak Creole or the language, unfortunately. But I want to first say thank you to Robert. You know, I knew Robert before I joined the board for many, many years. I got the chance to work with him here, and I have learned to appreciate Robert, his leadership, his wisdom. We disagree rarely, right, Robert? And, you know, but I'm glad that we can see eye to eye. I also want to say that there are board members here who I didn't know before, who I now consider my friends, and the privilege, and I'm going to be sad to step off this dais because I won't be able to work with them here. But I value their friendship, I value their insight, and I respect their perspective. And the best thing is that I've learned here is that I learned to work, to compromise for the good of our community. And I also want to thank our current superintendent, Dr. Chase, as well, and the administration for helping us to move the district forward. So I'm going to move on to some prepared remarks that I have very briefly. As a school board representative for all of our constituents in the school district, I say to you that has been the privilege of my life to serve for the last 9 years. Como representante de la Junta Escolar para todos nuestros constituyentes en el distrito escolar, les digo que ha sido un privilegio servirles los últimos 9 años. I made mistakes, some good decisions, and found new friends along the way, as I said before. It has been a rough but rewarding journey. But above all, I have worked to make our schools district a welcoming, equitable, and supportive place for every scholar and family in our community. Cometí errores, tomé algunas buenas decisiones y encontré nuevos amigos del camino. Ha sido un camino difícil pero gratificante, pero sobre todo he trabajado para hacer de nuestro distrito escolar un lugar acogedor, equitativo y de apoyo para cada estudiante y familia de nuestra comunidad. I'm leaving with a heavy heart, with so much that needs tending, but I trust that my colleagues on the board that I'm leaving behind, the superintendent, the administration, every employee of our school district will continue to challenge themselves to bring out the best in all our scholars and support our entire community without hesitation. Me voy con el corazón pesado, con tantas cosas para hacer, pero confío en que mis colegas en la Junta, la superintendente y su administración y todos los empleados de nuestro distrito escolar seguirán esforzándose para sacar lo mejor de cada estudiante y apoyar a toda nuestra comunidad. Robert mentioned to me I'm from El Salvador. As a child, my family and I lived under military governments, and the constant fear, daily fear for our lives and our safety, without rights and protections. And I can tell you that when I look at that flag, as an immigrant, as a proud naturalized American citizen, as an elected public servant, I revere our flag. This moves me because our Constitution, the inalienable rights enshrined under the Bill of Rights, that guarantee a due process and equal treatment under the law for every person, regardless of race, color, religion, sex, national origin, or political views or affiliations. De niño yo viví bajo el gobierno militar en El Salvador, con temor constante por mi seguridad y la vida de nuestra familia sin derecho y protección. Muchos de ustedes tienen esa experiencia. Many of you have that experience. Como inmigrante orgulloso de ser ciudadano americano, naturalizado y como funcionario público electo, le doy reverencia a esa bandera, a nuestra Constitución americana, los derechos consagrados en la Declaración de Derechos, las garantías del debido proceso y la igualdad de trato ante la ley para todas las personas, independiente de su raza, color, religión, sexo, origen, nacionalidad, opiniones o afiliaciones políticas. These rights and protections apply to undocumented persons and citizens without distinction. And this has been affirmed by the Supreme Court several times. Estos derechos y protección se aplican a las personas indocumentadas y a los ciudadanos sin distinción. Esto ha sido afirmado por la Corte Suprema en repetidas ocasiones. And I say this to emphasize what was said before, that our schools are a place of safety, a place of refuge, of protection, para acentuar que somos un lugar de seguridad, de refugio y protección para nuestras familias. It is the law of the land, but as a Hispanic, a Latino citizen, I don't feel protected, and I know that many of you feel the same way. Como hispano, como latino, sé cómo se sienten. No me siento protegido porque sé que ustedes se sienten igual. I want our immigrant families to know, and it was already said before, that a school district is a place of safety, support, and refuge. The Supreme Court has affirmed the right of children standing on American soil to a public education irrespective of your immigration status. Quiero que las familias inmigrantes sepan, nuestras familias, que nuestro distrito escolar es un lugar de seguridad, apoyo y refugio contra la persecución. La Corte Suprema ha afirmado el derecho de todos los niños que se encuentran en el suelo estadounidense a una educación pública, independiente, sin importar su estatus migratorio. So as I finish my term at the end of the month, I don't want you to think that I'm walking down to the sunset. I'm going back to join the gallery over here, to clap, to cheer, and to advocate. I wrote holler, but I'm going to advocate as needed. I think everyone that gave me the I want to thank everyone that gave me the opportunity to serve you, whether you agree with me or not, or you voted for me or not. I take that as a privilege, and I thank you. But I want to thank my wife and kids especially for allowing me the opportunity to serve, supporting me even when I was away from them all those nights in the last 9 years. May God bless our entire community, our school district, and all the children and their families, and comfort us in our struggles. Al terminar mi mandato final, al final del mes, no quiero que piensen que me estoy alejando. Volveré a unirme a la multitud, a aplaudir, a vitorear y cuando sea necesario hablar fuerte. Agradezco a todos los que me dieron la oportunidad de servirles, especialmente a mi esposa e hijos por permitirme servirles y apoyarme aún cuando no estaba en casa. Que Dios bendiga a todos, nuestra comunidad, a nuestro distrito escolar y a todos los niños y sus familias y nos consuele en nuestras dificultades. I thank you. Gracias.
Thank you, Pedro. Before we move on, I also want to just one more time acknowledge and thank Pedro's family. Olivia, please stand for a moment. Sasha, please stand for a moment. And Lucas, please stand for a moment. So I want to thank you for lending us Pedro, for all the times he was away from you and with us. And I know that a lot of times when you're in a leadership position, you are criticized, and oftentimes that impacts the wife more so than it does the actual elected official. So thank you. A special thank you to you, Saj, but thank you also to Olivia and Lucas. Thank you. So while we say goodbye to one school board member, in 14, 15 days, we will be saying hello to another school board member. Mateo Flores ran for election to replace Pedro. So it's going to be great to have Pedro, Mateo on the board with us. It's kind of tough for me though, because Mateo went to school with my oldest son. So now it's time for me to go, I guess. Now I'm on the board with people that are friends of my kids. But so all of you know, and that was a really nice round of applause. Please come and see Mateo get sworn in on July 1st. And I think we're meeting at 6 o'clock, I think is what we agreed to. 6 o'clock on July 1st. We look forward to welcoming you then, Mateo. Dr. Chase?
Mr. Quintanilla, I just want to wish you well, and I also want to thank you. You are part of the Sensational Seven that actually, you didn't know that, did you? Okay. That actually brought me into the school district, and also to be a part of this amazing movement, the trajectory that we're going on in the school district, bringing in amazing programs such as our International Baccalaureate program, expanding opportunities for all of our scholars, our reading program, the international travel, you name it. You have been instrumental in approving it and being a part of building a legacy here. So when you step outside and you see that IB flag waving, or you see the new scoreboard, or if you see these things that you've been a part of, you should feel good about that. Congratulations, and I wish you well, and I just want to simply say thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Triano, I'm the one that made him cry. Not you. Are y'all ready to celebrate some kids? Are y'all ready to celebrate some scholars? Let's get to the celebration, because not only are we going to celebrate scholars, we're going to acknowledge some folks who are getting tenure tonight. The one thing about the Westbury Union Free School District is that we know how to celebrate and we know how to acknowledge. So let's get into it. Let's start with, we have a lot. So just be patient. Everyone deserves their time, so just be patient. We have a lot, and it is our last public meeting, and we want to make sure that we get it in before the 2025-26 school year. Could you believe, in schools, July 1st is our New Year's Day. So we want to get it in before. So please bear with us, and please be patient. Let's give a big shout out to the Westbury High School varsity girls badminton team. Board members, get your smiles ready, because tonight is going to be the night. So we're going to welcome our Doric Capsis back to Westbury School District. He's been away from us for a little bit. He looks great. And we're going to acknowledge some of our fabulous badminton students. So, Mr. Capsis, I have the certificates. You have pens. Let's do this.
All right, Miss Patty Muller, our varsity badminton coach, is going to come up and assist us. We're recognizing the varsity girls badminton team for winning the New York State Scholar Athlete Team Award. That means all of these young ladies, these young scholars, had a 90 average during the spring season, and that's hard to do when you play your sport 6 days a week. I'm going to turn it over now to Coach Muller, who's going to read out our names of these wonderful scholars.
Good evening, everybody. I know we have a lot to go through tonight, so I'll make this quick. But a huge congratulations to the varsity badminton team. Oftentimes we don't talk too much about badminton. It's not one of those sports that you see too often, especially on TV, but it is an Olympic sport. And in this school, it's one of the most popular sports amongst our girls as well. Girls who don't often go out for different sports because they don't feel they're athletic enough truly show their ability when we have over 60 girls trying out to make this team. In addition, they work hard all season long. It's not just hit the birdie over the net and hope you score. They are running laps, they are conditioning, they are squatting, they are lunging, and they are really showing Nassau County what Westbury is made of. Now, not only are they athletes on the courts, but they are wonderful scholars in the classroom. Many of these athletes that I have on the team also are some of our highest achieving students. They work really hard to organize their time in such a way that they can dedicate a few hours a day to practice and their matches, but still get all of their homework done and get 90s and above in their classes, including AP classes. That is not something that's easy to do in high school. You have a lot on your plate. Some also even have jobs, and they have families that they help care for their siblings. So these girls, along with all of the scholar athletes in our school, deserve a huge amount of praise for the dedication they have, not only to their athletics, but to their studies. And honestly, the world better watch out for these girls, because they're coming and they're going to be fierce when they get out past high school and past college. So shouting out the winners of the Scholar Athlete Award from the varsity badminton team. Adelina Santos, and if you hear your name and you're here, please come up. I know you're scattered a bit in the auditorium. Adelina Santos, Allison Galindo Sanchez, Ashley Garcia, Ashley Linder Seowin, Kathleen Jaya, Alisa Kafshakan, Elizabeth Tanamaza, Erica Alvarado, Evelyn Villajaden, Gianna Moise, Isabella Moffett, Jaslyn Lira Ramos, Natalie Quezada Mendia, Samiha Khan, and Swendi Fuentes.
Who turned it off is Frank. Are you all ready for more? All right. I used to be a classroom teacher, so I'm going to use my teacher voice. At our school district, we participated in a program called I Am Empowered. It's a program that was at several of our elementary schools. The other elementary schools were acknowledged. Thank you, Mr. Ewing. The other elementary schools were acknowledged last month. This month, we wish to acknowledge Powell's Lane Elementary School for their participation. So I'm gonna need y'all to be with me. Y'all are good with all the cheering and the clapping, so you clap loud for you, right? You got this? Okay. The PSEG, I Am Empowered program and Student Challenge is an educational initiative for students in grades 4 through 8 across Long Island and Rockaway area. Students learn about energy efficiency, conservation, and renewable energy while exploring what their peers can do to create real change. After building a foundation of knowledge through guided lessons, students work in teams to select a topic and develop a public service announcement video that motivates others to take action in their schools, homes, and communities. Working collaboratively, students researched local ecological issues, wrote compelling scripts, and recorded public service announcements designed to inspire their communities to make more sustainable choices. Once submitted, the top 32 finalists are invited to an award ceremony where 10 winning teams are announced. Winning students, their classmates, and teachers all received exciting prizes from PSEG Long Island. We, the Westbury Union Free School District, wish to congratulate the following champions on this accomplishment. Go. Alanis. I can't even read this. Alinus Bautista Lanero, please come down, 4th grade student. From Miss Monzillo's class and Miss Lombardi. Gracia Burgos Garcia, Ava Spaulding, Zakai Wilkins Hunter. Yeah, that's not what's there. From Miss Sage and Miss Lombardi. From Miss Nerevar, Miss Sage, Miss Lombardi's class, 4th grade students are Rumia Ali, Valerie Martinez, Mila Larry Warrington, y'all. Kimberly Alice, Deslin Alvarado Pineda, and Geraldine Rodriguez Cruz. Come on down. Look how excited you are. I love that. Are the teachers in the house? If you are, please come down and celebrate with your scholars. Miss Germain, Miss Bunger, come on down and celebrate with your scholars. Board of Education, these change makers from Powell's Elementary School, please join them in a photo.
Nydia will read them. I'll hand out. Miss Monzilla. Miss Monzilla.
So at Westbury School District, we host a fabulous spelling bee, a fabulous math mania, but we also have a music spelling bee. Give it up for the music spelling bee. So I'm going to ask Ms. Nydia Keaveney to please join us in acknowledging our music spelling bee champions.
Thank you, Dr. Chase. And thank you so much to the board. Last month we recognized Park and Drexel, and now it's Powell's turn. Is Miss Tremaine, Miss Bunger, would you like to assist us? Come on down. Now our music bee, we have our 4th and 5th graders that are learning our notes on our measures, and we have a lot of young ladies and gentlemen that did really well, but we also have a top 3. We want to acknowledge our first, we will acknowledge our participants. Do you want to start? Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. We will start with our scholars in first place, Alex Ortiz Escalon. Second place, Sophia Palacios. Third place, Bella Veracruz. And listen for your names. These are our participants. 5th grade finalists, Abigail Sanchez, Adrian Avila, Andrea Guardado, Annie Vasquez, Aranza Sabagal, Ashley Rivera Flores, Brian Alice Castro, Brianna Bonilla, Kaylin Edwards, Luigi Theodore, Luz Reyes, Matthew Corpino Carranza, Melanie Alvarado Reyes, Melvin Sanchez, Michael Tercios, Natalie Shisquani, Nathan Moffitt, Nadalyn Zavaleta Rivera, Cameron Allen, Camilla Yanes Cruz, Damian Nugent Farley, David Gugesberg, Emily Johnson, Esmeralda Romero, Anaya Manzour, Itzel Hernandez, Jahir Vargas, Jalen Guzman Reyes, Jasper Castro Cruz, Josue Murillo, Kenneth Aguilar, Kenneth Flores, Leslie Vasquez Emiliano, Leah Hernandez Rodriguez, Lindsay Umanzor Escamilla, Nelson Collado, Olivia Castro, Prince Joaquin, Raylene Jackson, Rayana Malik, Rodiana Basuni, Samar Harif, Samantha Portillo Castellanos, Samuel Carabert, Sarah Gallen Sanchez, Sarah Velasquez, Shashkia Castle, Joy Lane, Sebastian Nahira Lazama, Sephora Damas, Sophia Blanco, Stephen Amaya. And I'd like to congratulate Mr. Pasadino on a job well done.
Thank you again, music scholars from Powell's Lane. Good evening, everybody. My name is Nydia Kevaney. I'm the district-wide Fine and Performing Arts Chair. I just wanted to, I know this is not on the agenda, but I wanted to make a quick little announcement. It's not little, it's actually pretty big. Because recent news, and actually, I'm actually gonna let Miss Edwards speak because this is her band. And she is a phenomenal educator, and these phenomenal children of yours, she needs to tell you the amazing news.
Our news is that the Westbury Middle School band had not only one amazing historic gold medal win, but actually 2 different historic gold medal wins in the Westbury Instrumental Music Program. There has never before been the NYSSMA Majors Evaluation State Award at the gold medal level, and this year we got 2 gold medals. The 6th grade band that played for you tonight got, thank you, the NYSSMA State Gold Medal Award on level 1, and at a harder level, of course, level 2, the 7th grade band went to NYSSMA, and we've been to NYSSMA every year, but this is our first gold medal ranking, 7th grade band as well at the higher level, level 2. Should the students, if you're in the 7th grade band, come walk over here, please. 6th grade band, stand up.
We're just gonna take a quick picture with our 6th and 7th graders who won their gold. How about 6th graders? How about we have our 6th graders come on up?
Make 2 rows. Yep, clarinets in front. Clarinets in front. Clarinets in front. Flutes in front. Go, go, go. You guys are making it. Go in front, Santi. You got it. Yeah. Go in the middle.
Do you want 6th and 7th grade together?
I think it's too much. Yeah, we'll do it separate. Real fast. Though.
Okay. You're right. Separate.
Yeah. Guys, wait right there. Just line up right there. They have to come down to their part. Those are the 7th grade.
Where are the 7th graders going? They're joining the picture, or they're separate?
They're separate. Separate. Yeah. Perfect.
Where? Yes. Go in the picture. No, you have to go in the picture. No. I'm not blocking.
Thank you so much, 6th grade band. You did amazing. Okay, guys, thank you. So if you can meet in the lobby for your certificates, and then I would like the 7th grade band, whoever is here from the 7th grade band. Okay, guys. Go ahead, 6th grade, head to the lobby. And then we have our 7th graders coming in. Yes. All right, who's going to do the honors? Wait, I'll hold it. I like that. You know what? I do envy her height. I do envy the height. Not gonna lie. She's a lovely, lovely young lady. Thank you so much.
All right, let's give it up for our middle schoolers. All right, let's keep this celebration going. Keep the energy up in here. Let's go. Where's the energy? I need you to keep this energy. We have multiple people who will be getting their tenure, if the board approves, tonight. And so I want you to keep that energy going because people have worked really hard to earn this amazing achievement. And we still have more scholars to acknowledge, and we also have some heroes. We held Math Mania competition in our school district. I'm going to call our Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction Elementary, Ms. Robin Barnett, to introduce our Math Mania rock stars. Ms. Barnett?
Okay, good evening, everyone. Well, I am so pleased to be able to present this. I do need to give credit where credit is due. Dr. Watt, our illustrious leader of mathematics in the district, she is our district-wide chairperson, K-12. Unfortunately, she was unable to be here tonight with us because she herself is at a conference learning and growing so that she can bring back new knowledge and expertise to help our staff build their proficiencies to support our scholars. So she is here with us in spirit, and I'm sure she's watching. So I have a couple of messages that Dr. Watt has asked that I share regarding Math Mania. This is our second annual Math Mania event, and this year there was a couple of significant improvements made to it. This year we had a professionally designed logo, which was featured on our competitors' t-shirts, the event program, and a celebratory cake for the participants. We also had larger and more impressive trophies for our winners, which was very exciting. We got to see our kindergarten friends having to drag their trophies. They were so tremendous to recognize this honor. We had an outstanding performance demonstrated by our youngest competitors at Dryden Street School, who during their classroom level competitions, 4 of the 13 kindergarten classes advanced beyond the standard kindergarten questions and required access to first grade competition questions in order to determine the classroom winners. So as a result, the building level competition questions were made even more challenging to appropriately match the exceptional abilities of our remarkable Dryden Street scholars. Let's give it up for Dryden. Okay. Similarly, we had an extraordinary performance from our first grade participants. They advanced, yeah, cheer for them. Okay. So for our first grade scholars, they advanced through 6 rounds of first grade questions and continued for 4 rounds of second grade questions before a winner could be determined. Let's clap it up for our first graders. We also had an inspiring speech delivered by an 8th grade scholar, Brittany Cordova, who was able to give remarks to our competitors in the 1-5 competition. Let's give a special thank you to Miss Brittany Cordova for her inspiring speech. So we want to really note that while this is a competition, it's so much more than that for our scholars who were able to participate. It offers a truly meaningful and memorable experience, not just a competition or contest. Students in grades 1 through 5 were able to spend the day at Westbury Middle School, where not only were they able to compete and show off their mathematical skills, but they also enjoyed lunch in the middle school cafeteria, which is a special treat, and they participated in outdoor activities in the courtyard. They were celebrated with cake and ice pops, and they were cheered on by the middle schoolers as they walked the halls of the building. We thank the middle school for welcoming our Math Mania competition and for supporting our young scholars and encouraging them to show their excellence as they so very clearly did. So with that, I know we have our Dryden Street team up here, but I would like to invite all of our leaders of the math department. We are talking our math coaches. We have the Miss Roxanne Bassandella from Drexel Avenue School, the Lauren Barbosa from Park Avenue School, and the Laura Paquitas from Powell's Lane School. If you are here, please come up and join us. To add to this dynamic team, we have Miss Gumbar, our Math AIS provider, alongside Miss Millman from Drexel Avenue School. Please come up and join us. We have Miss Cedeno from Dryden Street School. We have Miss Barone and Dr. Hernandez from Park Avenue School. We have Miss Zukov and Miss Paquita, Miss Zukov and Miss Cucciara from Powell's Lane School. Please come up and join us. And I have to give a special shout out to somebody who actually plays double duty on this team. So Mr. Rogers is not only a math coach at Dryden, but he is also our Dryden Street science specialist, wearing 2 hats, navigating both departments and ensuring the success of both. So for my fabulous teacher leaders of the math department, I'm going to ask you if you could please join me at the podium so that I can ensure that every scholar's name is appropriately stated to honor their identity. I will pass the mic to you when it's your turn for your building to make sure that we get all of these scholars appropriately recognized. Okay. Okay, so you ready, team? We're going to start off with Dryden Street's first, second, and third place winners.
So unfortunately, our first place winner is not here today, but we can still give a big round of applause to Elijah Leroy. Our second place winner this year was Toulouse Blair. Toulouse, come this way, bud. And our third runner-up was Thiago Castellanos Hernandez.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So next I'm going to need a representative from Park, followed by Drexel, followed by Powell's, if you want to come on up. We will announce our first, second, and third place winners for first grade. First place, you're up.
First place was Ifani.
Pass the mic to Ms. Gumbar. Second place.
Second place was Matias Bonilla.
And third place was Miriam Saeed.
If the 3 of you want to just stay, that way we can keep going through, that'd be perfect. Okay, next up we have our second place, our second grade winners, first, second, and third place.
Azalea Ferrier.
Looking beautiful. Come over here.
Our second place winner, Kayla Cabrera.
And our third place winner was Dylan Hernandez.
Okay, next up we have third grade.
Our first place winner, Sephora Khan.
Second place is Shireen Mendez Chavarria. And third place is Ashley Jara Peralta.
Next up we have fourth grade, and we're going to start with Miss Cucciara.
I have to. Our first place winner was Decatur Blair.
And our second place winner was Daniela Rojas Villalba.
And the third place winner, Mohammed Zaman.
Our first place winner in fifth grade was Dylan Zapata.
And our second place winner in fifth grade was Damian Nugent Farley.
And third place goes to Landon Lashley.
Let's give it up for our first, second, and third place winners for each of our respective grade levels. Okay. Would you like to take a picture with the first, second, and third, or do you want to wait till everyone's up? Okay, let's do a photo of this group because I think we're going to get really large up here. It's going to be a lot of us. Okay, so we're going to take a photo with our first, second, and third place winners, joined by our Board of Education trustees. How would you like it? I'll take the kids in the lobby. Okay, perfect. And then later, can we have the other group of participants who are down them? Oh, yeah, yeah. Perfect. What a busy night. Scholars, you want to hold your certificate right in front of your belly button so that we get to see your beautiful faces. Hold those certificates and trophies right in front of your belly button. Okay, we want to put all eyes on Mr. Alert, the gentleman in the yellow jacket. Okay, so scholars, we're going to ask you to please go to the lobby following Mr. Alert, and he's going to take some more pictures in the lobby. Teachers, we're going to ask if one of you could stay and one of you could go to the lobby with the scholars. That way, then you stay. That way we can announce the rest of our participants from MathMania. They're up next. The participants are up next. Okay, so we are not done yet with MathMania. We still have many more scholars to celebrate for their participation, and we're going to kick that off with our kindergarten scholars. Mr. Rogers, are you up? Oh, she took them all out.
Cedeno, turn them around. Sorry.
Or do you want us to come back to you guys?
No, She disappeared into the door. Okay.
We're going to come back to our kindergarten friends because they are just so excited for their photo op. They ran out that door. So we will bring them back in before we acknowledge the rest of them. We're going to jump into first grade. First grade, our remaining scholars.
Oh, kindergarten. Yeah. Keeping an eye on her. I'll separate you. Separate you. Okay. You want to start with second? Okay, these are the participants from second grade. At Park Avenue, we have Aman Boozy. We have Anderson Chimbo Maita. I don't know. It's all they didn't say the name, so I'm just reading them. Catherine Mendez de Leon.
This is third grade now. What's that? Want me to read third grade?
Sure.
These are now the participants from third grade. We have Dean Begoli. Jafet Mendoza Amador. And Mason Munasar. Okay, now the fourth grade participants, we have Noah Ajpakajas.
Delensky Cassius.
Oh, wait, Noah. Noah, we want you to say your last name.
Noah Apakaha.
Nice and loud so everyone can hear.
Apakaha.
Thank you.
Darlinsky Cassius. Chloe Tercios. Now the fifth grade participants, Isaac Andino Velasquez, Marius Caldaras, and Yoel Marquez Victoria. Angel, these are the first grade participants, Angel Anariba Aguilera, Nayeli Flores,
And Josiah Melgar.
Who's got Angel? Okay, and we're going to pass it over to Mr. Rogers for our kindergarten scholars.
Thank you. We have Ayla Nieto. Do you want to hand it out?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Andrew Amaya. Gemma Moyce. Jacob Coronel. Samuel Garcia Castro. Leah Fuentes. Genesis Hernandez. And Jacob Astorga.
Okay, scholars, we're going to ask you to hold those certificates right in front of your belly button so that we can see your beautiful faces. Perfect. Board of Education trustees, we ask you to join us for another photo op. Let's give a big hand of applause for all of our Math Mania participants. Okay, so scholars, does everybody see Mr. Alert in his yellow jacket? We are putting our eyes on Mr. Alert for our photo. Mr. Denyo, get in that picture. Technical difficulties. Okay, friends. Eyes on Mr. Alert. Big smile with those certificates right in front of your belly button. Oh, Miss Dingwall. Okay, glue those fingers to your certificate so they don't fly away and smile for Mr. Alert. Okay, scholars and teachers, we ask you to join the rest of the team in the lobby for a final photo. And let's give it up for our Math Mania scholars.
Oh, ooh, ouch. I felt that. And there's more. Wait, there's more. We just have a few more. We're almost at the end of this version of the celebratory. We have to celebrate our adults shortly. Our school district embarked on a new initiative by bringing esports to our school district. And how amazing is that for our students to be, our scholars, to be innovative and creative. This year, our esports team exceeded our expectations. And so we call up Mr. Zimbler, Mr. Warren, and Dr. Thiel, the high school administration, to talk to us about esports and also to acknowledge the scholars who participated. I'm not going to tell you too much because I don't want to steal their thunder. So please come on up.
Thank you, Dr. Chase. Is Mr. Federa here? Please join me at the podium, please, Mr. Federa. Mr. Federa is the esports advisor. So a couple of weeks ago, Mr. Federa came by the office and spoke to us and said the team's doing pretty well. And there's an esports championship in the Bronx. And if we qualify, we have an opportunity to go. So I said, tell me the truth. How are we going to do? He said, Mr. Zimbler, I think we could win this whole thing. And the team served well. They came back to the high school. They came back home and talked about how well they did and that they made it to the championship. And with that, there was one problem. The championship was originally scheduled to be in the Bronx. But after the championship, they were informed it was in Syracuse, New York. So I had to call our superintendent and speak to our business official, Miss O'Neill, and said, please, we have to make this happen for our scholars. And in 24 hours, they were ready to go. And I'm proud to state they became third place in the entire state. Job well done. I'm going to ask Mr. Federa to announce the team. We are so proud of our esports team. Thank you, sir.
Hello. Wow. Thank you so much, everyone, Dr. Chase, members of the board, the high school administration team, and I can't tell you how many people across how many offices across the school district really came together for us to make this happen. As Mr. Zimbler said, it was a long ride all the way to Syracuse. This was our first year competing in the league that we're in. It's called the Empire State Scholastic Esports Federation. This is the biggest high school and middle school league for esports in New York, and gosh, I think we must have competed. We were competing all year against maybe 40 odd schools or so, and again, this is our first time ever competing in this league, and we made it all the way to the semifinals. With me up here is our captain, Matthew Flores. One of our other team members, this is Josiah Santana. And a few more of our members who weren't here tonight, but Edwin Mendoza-Cerrone, Olson Benjamin. By the way, both of which of them are graduating seniors this year, so wonderful for them. And Mr. David Franco is our final member of our team. This is, such a new innovative space for structured competition in schools. Esports is video games, but this shows that it can really be more than just video games for fun. It can be a real structured and regulated environment where students compete, get together, share a common interest. I mean, we met schools from across New York State. It was absolutely fantastic, and I couldn't be more proud of these guys, and they absolutely deserve the recognition. So thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Federa. Job well done. And a big shout out to our transportation director, Mr. P. When we need bus and a bus driver and transportation to get up to Syracuse, that man made it happen. Thank you, everybody, for our support.
I just want to thank you all again for hanging in there with us, all of you, and especially to the children who are in the auditorium. We appreciate you all for just hanging in there. We're almost, that too. I know. We're moving as fast as we can. So our school district held an event, an annual event. It has become the 3rd annual event. It's called Chopped, the Chopped Challenge. The Chopped Challenge allows us to show off our culinary skills, to work with adults and scholars, and of course, unfortunately, one team has to be chopped. This year was definitely one of its best years with the chopped team, red team, green team, blue team. We wish to acknowledge our scholar participants for all of the teams, but of course, as I said, one team stood standing. That was the gold team. The gold team led by, wait for it, leading team chef, Miss Claudia Germain, and her winning team, including Jennifer Armand, Keon Bowman, Devin Mozon, Daniela Tertius. Please come up with your lead chef, Miss Claudia Germain. Miss Germain, you're on a roll today, honey. On a roll. Thank you. Let's go, Keon. Keon is one of our culinary arts scholars. Keon came to the competition ready to win. He had his own chef coat on and everything else in between. No wonder they won. But we also want to acknowledge a few other people. We want to acknowledge the scholar participants, the red team. The red team, didn't say who was led by. The red team included Jarabi Edmond, Andrew Mariluz Garcia, Afra Masood, Joella Humphrey, Sabria Saeed. This team was led by Jason Blair, but let me just tell you a little bit about Jason Blair. Jason Blair literally came in at the very last moment. And not only did he demonstrate his culinary skills, but he had an opportunity to meet and work with some amazing scholars. And we thank one of our community members, our parents, for just filling in the gap and participating with us. Who was the leader for the green team? And the green team, led by another principal of our school, Mr. Robert Chambers. Come on up here, Mr. Chambers. We appreciate you. Mr. Chambers was no joke. They had all kinds of chants and everything else with the green team, and Mr. Chambers said the green team will be back. On his team, Abigail LeBron, Aylin Hernandez, Steve Hernandez, Diego Monroy, Adrien Marintz. Are you here? Right. Like a true champion. And the blue team, led by the two-time champion, Mr. Mike Hardy. Where is he? I saw him somewhere in here. Mr. Hardy's team was his co-led with Gabrielle Levique, Mark Hardy, Bryson Gobbin, and Emmanuel. Did I see any of those scholars today? All right. We congratulate all of our teams for participating in CHOP. It is an annual event. You are encouraged next year to come out to see our scholars in action and to see our leaders and the adults working well with them. We want to thank Aramark food service for, really helping us out, providing the ingredients. Each team was given ingredients, and then there was a mystery ingredient where they had to incorporate in their meals, and they did a fabulous job. But I also want to thank our judges, and it's really important that we do that. Our judges had to taste all of these treats and to make a determination as to which team was to be chopped. With that, Ms. Robin Barnett, our judge, Mr. Brendan Gallivan, and Ms. Lynette Blades, who's here. Come on down. Do we have a... No? Yep, come on down, Ms. Blades. We want to acknowledge you. Mr. Gallivan, come on. Ms. Blades, like Mr. Blair, was in a meeting. We needed an extra judge. We called Ms. Blades, and she did not hesitate. She said, I'll be right over. And she did, and she delivered. She did an amazing job. Ms. Blades, we appreciate you. We appreciate all of our judges. You guys did a fantastic job. Our chefs, wonderful. Okay. Thank you.
All right, I'll be back.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure I do. Prior to this meeting, we acknowledge some of our dedicated and committed staff in our school district. Wait, you know what I need? I want to make sure these people are acknowledged properly. We acknowledge staff members who have given a commitment and dedication to our school district. And while some of them may not be here, it is definitely important to say their name. The ripple effect of the work that they've done in our school district, impacting lives, and for some have been here long enough to have impacted families, generations at that. And so we wish to acknowledge them and thank them and congratulate them as they begin to write the chapter of their lives, the new chapter. Our principals had an opportunity to acknowledge them separately in a reception prior to this meeting, but we also have certificates for them as well. I'm not really sure who is still here. Miss Patricia Abatello, teacher aide at Dryden Street School. 28 years of dedicated, committed service to our beautiful children. Miss Alessi, teacher assistant, special ed, Powell's Lane, 20 years of service. Miss Yamila Alvarez, teaching assistant, middle school, 20.9 years of service. Miss Karen Dolsky, middle school, 28.6 years of service. Mr. Antonio Dunn, Dryden Street School, security guard, 19.8 years of service, keeping us safe. Curtis Harper, cleaner, Drexel Avenue Elementary School, 23.8 years of service. Chief Richard Amarajan, ROTC, Westbury High School. 21.7 years of service. Nurse Jacobowitz, Barbara Jacobowitz, registered nurse, Drexel Avenue School, 12.7 years of service. Anthony Jones, custodian at Dryden Street School. Wait for it, 32.3 years of service. Miss Rose Joyner. Come on up. Miss Rose Joyner, Park Elementary School, 37.3 years of service. Miss Janet Mowat, Senior Typist Clerk, 23.86 years of service. Mario Perez, custodian at Powell's Lane. Is Mario in the house? Come on up here, Mario. .1 years of service. Craig Steyer, who I don't think he's here, music teacher, Woodlands, Westbury Middle School, 21.8 years of service. Susan Tarasi, account clerk for nutrition, 24.4 years of service. Barbara Thomas, school monitor at Drexel Avenue School, 30.3 years of service. Alvin Williams, foreign language teacher, high school, 25.2 years of service. And Miss Melanie Zucchini, elementary teacher, Powell's Lane, 25.6 years of service. Let's definitely clap it up for our retirees. We thank them. I think they get a standing ovation for what they've given to our community and to our school district. They also received a glass, I guess it's not a plaque, it's an ornament on behalf of the district, just a memorabilia for the work that they've given us. There was a reception in the library. This is your night, retirees. Thank you for all that you've done and for the impact you've made, and it's a lasting impact. Principals of our retirees, we ask that you please join us for this photo. And assistant principals. Absolutely. Isn't she up?
Join us as a former leader of some of our retirees. Many of them started with Miss Dingwall before moving to other buildings.
think this will be in the way. I'll go down there.
I hate the other side. I got you, Dulski.
I just need to start them. Yeah, give me 1 second. I appreciate you for that. Okay. Are there representatives from First Student here? First Student? There you go. Okay. So this item has been on our agenda for the past several months. We would like to acknowledge our bus driver, Maria Barahona, as well as, no, I'm sorry, bus monitor, Maria Barahona, as well as bus driver, Sonia Castillo, for their heroic act. Mr. Popkin is here to speak about it, and I think there are representatives from First Student who are here. If not, Mr. Popkin will accept the award on behalf of these heroic individuals.
Thank you, Dr. Chase. Thank you. So, Ms. Castillo, Ms. Barahoma, were you able to hang in? Or I know it's late to have early routes this morning, tomorrow morning. But good evening. Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Chase, Mr. Troiano, members of the Board of Education, and distinguished visitors. Thank you for joining us today to honor two extraordinary individuals, our dedicated bus driver, Sonia Castillo, and Maria Barahoma, our outstanding bus monitor. A few months ago, a terrifying accident occurred just a short distance from here, involving their bus, an overturned truck, and a third vehicle on the LIE service road at Post Road. Upon learning of an accident, we rushed to the scene. Upon arriving, we saw a wall of emergency vehicles. When I got a clear view of the accident, my heart dropped seeing the mangled hood of the bus and the dump truck overturned with debris spewing across the roadway. It was a chaotic and distressing moment for everyone involved. Yet, in the midst of that crisis, Ms. Castillo and Ms. Barahoma showed incredible courage and composure. At the scene, the parents of one of the students involved in the accident took a moment to praise them for keeping the children calm and safe, a testament to their quick thinking and unwavering dedication. Their actions ensured that despite the severity of the crash, there were no serious injuries to our scholars. Thank you. Thank you. This speaks volumes about their commitment to our students' safety and well-being. On behalf of our entire community, we are deeply grateful for their strength and profoundly relieved that they and our students are safe. Their resilience inspires us all, and their bravery reminds us of the trust we place in our transportation personnel every day. Please join me in giving Ms. Castillo and Ms. Barahoma a heartfelt round of applause for their dedication and service. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Popkin. You know, we have heroes and sheroes throughout our school district. And, you know, like the old saying says, not all heroes and sheroes wear capes. Sometimes they're driving a First Student bus. Sometimes they're in the cafeteria. Sometimes
They're in a kindergarten classroom. So we have another hero in which we wish to acknowledge this evening. I will not be able to do this by myself, so I'm calling Ms. Dingwall and Dr. Borales to help me to acknowledge Mr. Andrew Schuster. Who's got the air horn? Who's got the air horn? Come on down here. Thank you. Thank you. You saved a child's life. Is that baby girl here? So as Miss Dingwall composes herself, Mr. Schuster is truly a hero, similar to our bus driver and monitor. Mr. Schuster saved a child's life. So Ms. Dingwall is going to, you good with this? Okay, it's going to share an account of what happened, and you will understand why Mr. Schuster is being honored this evening.
At Dryden Street School, we're so fortunate to have Andrew Schuster as a teacher. He's a trained emergency firefighter, and he's also a lifeguard, and he's steady and level-headed. We were having snack, and a 5-year-old girl was choking on a piece of an apple, and she couldn't speak, and she was coughing, and Mr. Schuster administered the Heimlich maneuver, and the apple piece just projected from her throat, and he literally saved her life. If there had been another person in charge of the class at that time, I don't know what might have happened, but we had a calm, level-headed, trained hero. And I'm so grateful to Mr. Schuster. I'm so grateful. And I thank you for spending your career here in Westbury.
Thank you, everyone. That was very kind of you. Thank you, Mrs. Dingwall, Dr. Borales, Dr. Chase. You know, sometimes you are in a situation and you're not sure what's going to happen. Best thing I could say is just take a deep breath, relax, keep yourself calm, and everything will work itself out. And I've been in Westbury for 30 years. I love Westbury. I love Dryden Street School. The best principals, best staff, my friends out there. And I'm very lucky to be here every day. Thank you so much.
It's up to laser. Let's get away from this. Sure. Let's move down this way. Move down this way. Okay. I have to bring him that little star. This is not. Mr. President, that concludes commendations. Thank you all so much for indulging.
And we skipped over reports and presentations earlier. I think we will continue to skip over those for tonight.
I think so. I'm sorry? Uh-oh.
Would you like to start doing our tenure award?
Tenure is a culmination of exceptional service to a school district and a demonstration that you are committed, dedicated to the scholars of Westbury School District. We take tenure appointments very seriously. It's not given out like candy. This honor is earned. There are 21 teachers tonight who have earned the title two teaching assistants and one administrator, and one administrator, and one administrator. So it gives me great honor, and it is a privilege to make the recommendation this evening for 21 exceptional educators, 2 exceptional TAs, 1 exceptional administrator tonight for tenure to my Board of Education. So, Mr. President, there are so many, and we want people to be acknowledged, and I know that you traditionally speak to the individuals and their families, and we'll have an opportunity to do all of that. But I'm going to ask our hardworking principals to help me out with that because there are so many. And so we might go out of sequence and principals just acknowledging their candidates for tenure before I officially make the recommendation to our school board. So we're going to start with Dryden Street School. Oh my goodness. Just what I thought. They did not disappoint. They actually brought a whole B.
Dryden Street, stand! It gives me great pleasure to present Robin Greenberg, our... Come down. Our reading teacher and spelling bee coach. Presenting her for tenure, we enlisted support of her family. We thank her son for wearing the bee costume. As you can see, she has 100% of faculty support. She's very kind and nurturing towards our children, and I think she loves the children who are most challenging the very best, and they adore her. She is an expert in teaching children how to read. She pushes into the classrooms, and the children and faculty look forward to her intervention. You are a shining star because you're well-trained and you come prepared to serve. Congratulations on your anticipated vote for tenure. Do you want to say anything? Okay. Caitlin Zohak. Please come down. Please stand on the side with those signs. Caitlin Zohak, I had the privilege of hiring her at Park Avenue School. Then I was transferred to Dryden, but Mr. Chambers, I stole her from you. I will tell you, it was a very dynamic demonstration lesson. The children were outside, and she took her iPad. She was teaching them and making notes of which children were able to master the strategies. We knew then that we had a winner. And she has demonstrated every day her love for phys ed, her love for our children. They can't wait to go outside or to be inside with Ms. Zohak. And she gives us all of her talent. She makes all of our banners. I had her get them for me. I told her a week ago I wanted to store them, but I really wanted to bring them here because we wanted to show our appreciation. No matter what we're doing, apart from phys ed, she has her hands in it, and we appreciate her so very much. She even plugged Miss Blade's tire the other day. But she also has 100% endorsement from our faculty, and I'm pleased to present her for consideration for tenure. Woo! Woo, 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 woo! Okay. And that will be all.
Okay. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much, Ms. Dingwall. Now let's go to Drexel Avenue School. So Laser, not yet, because the board hasn't voted. So just wait. Just wait. Isn't it like weird, like it's quiet, right? Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I don't have as many props, but I am filled with enthusiasm to recognize a dynamic educator that has made a great commitment to lifting the rigor and academic excellence at Drexel School. Her name is Caitlin Lemke. Woo! I need that horn. Where's that horn? Bang, bang, bang. Eso. Miss Lemke. I had the pleasure of meeting Miss Lemke 3 years ago, although I didn't have the distinct honor of being part of the interview committee. I could clearly see why they selected this dynamic young educator to grace Drexel's halls. She has been so flexible, accommodating to the needs of all learners. In the classroom as a 5th grade teacher, this year transitioning to full-time ENL teacher and pivoting to share her expertise not only at Drexel, but also at Dryden. Wah, wah, wah! But here in the Westbury School District, we're very fortunate because all of these 21 future tenured teachers are so dedicated and understand that Westbury is a family. Ms. Lemke exemplifies that. When we have events at school, she's the first one there, offering assistance. She led our homecoming committee, dressed up as the tiger. I can see why Dryden wanted you. She is extremely creative. She lifts our feelings of community in our building by creating T-shirts, organizing our 5th grade t-shirt, just a dynamic educator who understands the power of working together and being a strong collaborator. Ms. Lemke, I'm so pleased and honored that you are part of the Drexel team. I wish you continued success, and I know that you are going to leave a lasting impact here in the Westbury community. Congratulations. We appreciate you. One more time.
Powell's Lane, come on down.
Good evening once again. Whew, what an exciting night. Can we just give it up for everyone who's being celebrated tonight? It is so well deserved. You have earned this. My name is Claudia Germain, and I am the proud principal of Powell's Lane. Thank you for that, Jess Pesh. Thank you. So tonight, it is my honor to be able to recognize 2 of the most wonderful people that I have had the opportunity to hire. I'll start with Miss Evelyn Ruiz. Please stand and come forward. Miss Ruiz has a kind and gentle nature. She is a 1st grade teacher, but she was hired originally as a 5th grade teacher. And she transitioned nicely to working with our primary grade students. She's collaborative. I can't say too much about her demeanor. I can't say enough about her demeanor because she's calm. The children come to Powell's Lane in 1st grade. They are excited. The families are excited. And she's excited inside. And you see it from the twinkle in her eye. But she has such a calm nature that the children feel so very comfortable as they come into her classroom, as she welcomes them, as she interacts with the families. It's such an important part of what we do at Powell's Lane. Welcoming families at the entering grade, setting the tone, creating structure, demonstrating the expectations, not only the social expectations, but the academic expectations. And for that, her collaboration with the 1st grade team, yes, that's right, give it up. Her contribution to the 1st grade team. I have to say thank you so much, and it was a pleasure writing your tenure recommendation. So I hope to say congratulations. Where is the fabulous Lori Colangelo? Miss Lori Colangelo, our art teacher extraordinaire, SEL coach, social committee chair, musical assistant director. Lori, stop. I say to Miss Colangelo, how much more can you do? And she says, what else is there left to do? I'll do everything. She's just amazing. Let me just speak from the heart for a minute. To have an art teacher who loves working with elementary school children is amazing. She came in wanting to work with grades 1 through 5. She has been consistent. She introduces our scholars to artists they would have never heard of at such an early age. She introduces them to their technique, their style, which helps our young artists, our scholar artists, to be able to identify their own styles. She's amazing. She creates the sets for our musical. I come to her and I say, oh, look, we can buy this. She goes, oh, no, I can make that. Always. And it's always nicer than whatever I said we could buy. I really want to tell you how much we appreciate you, your collaboration with all of the classroom teachers, with the special area teachers, where whatever anyone is working on, that you have your hands involved. It's such a cross-curricular approach. And that is something that is so important, that children can say, oh, I can get help from my art teacher. I know I have a project in my classroom, but I can get help from someone else. And they do seek you out, and they do ask you for help. And I'm going to tell you, I rely heavily on you. Myself and Mrs. Bunger, we know that you are the right person for Powell's Lane today, tomorrow, and always.
All right. Thank you, Powell's Lane. Park Avenue School. And again, I just want to thank everyone for their patience this evening. This is definitely a celebratory meeting, so thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. Very excited to be here. Great time of night where we are acknowledging the hard work and effort of staff at the Park Avenue School. Tonight we have 2 teachers earning tenure. We'd like to call forward Ms. Chanel Barrett, 4th grade teacher. And we have Ms. Christina Wright, who is under the weather and not here with us tonight, but we are also acknowledging her. So we've had the pleasure of having Ms. Barrett on staff for the past 4 years. Very hard-working teacher, extremely collaborative. One of her strong suits within the classroom is the high expectations and the rigor. It's one of the most dynamic places at Park Avenue where you will see students get excited for a challenge question, and within her classroom environment, accepting challenges is something that the students are really excited for, and I think it's something that she works on throughout the school year. Outside the classroom, she's involved in everything. She's our National Elementary Honor Society advisor. She helps out with each and every initiative, and I just see her always involved. What I always like also is whether it's lunch or prep, the time outside of the classroom, she's still accessible. Whether it's a student that she had in the past or a student that may not even be in her class, if they need counsel or help, she's always willing to be there for them. She's a go-to person and someone that I can trust with my eyes closed to make sure that things are done in the best interest of children. So we're very happy and proud to have you, and very happy to see your growth to this point. So congratulations to you on your proposed tenure. Miss Christina Wright. It's a shame that she cannot be here. That's her assumed married name now. Many of us also know her as Christina Ayala. I'd like to let the board know we're so proud of Miss Christina Ayala because she was our 2010 Westbury High School valedictorian. Like some of our board members here, as they have mentioned, going through the school district, but to have someone like that back in the school community, she's all heart. A giant amongst men, takes on a lot of initiatives, very similar to Ms. Barrett. They get involved. They are willing to stay late. They're willing to do any and everything to kind of help things go on. And I look at our fabulous Ms. Joyner, and I'm hoping that we have a passing of the torch to our newly inducted tenured teachers. And I already do see collaboration with Ms. Joyner and Ms. Wright and Ms. Barrett, so we're going to continue that. So in that way, those strong practices continue. So I'm just very proud of both of them. If anyone's left from Dryden to give us some horns, we appreciate that as well, too. Thank you very much. Excellent. All right. Thank you, everyone.
That's awesome. Very, very good. Let's go to the middle school. I take it there's some middle school folk here. Y'all hanging in there? I appreciate you. I know you have to get up early.
Good evening, Dr. Chase. Good evening, board. Mr. Gallivan. Good evening, Dr. Bloom. Ms. Robin Barnett. This is an exciting day today at the middle school. We are so thrilled to be part of this tenure process. We are going to begin with our teaching assistants, who are essentially remarkable teachers in our school. We'd like to call Coach Tony DeMeo up front. And Mamta Verma. Now, just a little bit about Coach DeMeo. She's an extraordinary teacher and leader with our Strive program, working alongside Ms. Vlahov. Yes. She takes on additional challenges. We are proud to say she was part of our tennis coach, our first tennis coach. She did our boys team most recently and our girls team. And we did something rather extraordinary, and she came out to help. We took Westbury Middle School to Amityville for Amityville Day, and Coach DeMeo walked with us in the parade alongside preparing our cheerleaders for that work. So we thank you. And Ms. Mamta Verma. Yes. Her excitement, her love of children in our talks, all she says is, I love the school. I love being here. I enjoy being here. And that dedication is shown with her co-teacher and the love of her children. And we'd like to congratulate both of these ladies in their presence for tenure. Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. All right. Let's bring our teachers up. We have quite a few teachers. Mr. Abad. Mr. J. Abad. All right, come on, Mom. Yes. Mr. Abad, Ms. Frazier, Jim Mateo, Ms. Vergara, Ms. Saris, Ms. Ganyu, Ms. Diaz. Yes. It's very important that I just say something very special about all of our teachers today. First of all, they are all leaders in our middle school, and we appreciate all of the work that you've done with our scholars, how you've exemplified our Westbury Union Free School District's mission and vision to the highest degree, demonstrating your potential, striving for excellence, and working so greatly for our children, preparing them for their ever-changing society. So just a little bit about Mr. Abad. He is our hands-on teacher. If the children are learning about fish and water or buoyancy, guaranteed he's probably going to be wet, and there's going to be a lot of fish in the middle school. He brings in the experiences into the classroom, providing our children with the real-life experiences, and he's just a ball of joy and happiness at the middle school, and we thank you for everything that you've done, and we appreciate it. Let's give Mr. Abad a big round of applause. Ms. Frazier. Yes. The heart and joy of the middle school. We thank you for her advocacy, working with some of our most vulnerable children, our English language learners, making sure that they have the essential materials and resources that they need, asking lots of questions, making sure that she's performing her lessons so that they can have language acquisition while still meeting grade level expectations. We recognize it, we see you, and we thank you. You're very welcome. Miss Saris. Yes. Miss Saris is our debate coach, and we had a little joke the other day. She was going to a district with our children to debate. District will remain unnamed. And I said, you know, how are we doing? Are we going to win? She says, Miss Jagan, we are going to silence them. You did. And then she texted me. They came in first and second place. So I said, silenced. So we want to thank you for just the research that you've done with our children, giving them voice and advocacy, teaching them how to debate on sides that they're for and against, either way. We thank you for their exposure, for your weekend trips. I thank you for keeping our children safe and working with an extra organization that we did this year. Thank you for that collaboration. Not even a question asked. And these are the kind of things that make these teachers extraordinary and just a beaming light at Westbury Middle School. So congratulations and thank you. And I forgot to say, she's our family and consumer science teacher, and the children just love and adore her as she's preparing them for the world. But thank you. Miss Vergara. Yes. Miss Vergara is part of our science team, an extraordinary teacher as well, working with our, again, English language learners. And Miss Vergara has really embraced some of the work that we're doing with vocabulary, transitions, learning a lot about the research from AMT, Acquire, Make Meaning, and Transfer, and bringing in all of those activities for our scholars and making those connections in science. We thank you for your collaboration with the team and your collaboration with me. I think we did some fantastic work this year, and I'm so proud of it. And thank you for always sending the pictures to us so we can see what get there. And just thank you. Thank you. Miss Ganyu. Miss Ganyu stepped up this year as an ELA PLT leader. And thank you. Again, a quiet force in Westbury Middle School. Always a pleasure to visit your classroom, taking in the social and emotional learning of our children while embracing a new curriculum. And we were very pleased when we noticed some work that you did when you were doing the dual passages far before we even brought that on and sharing those experiences with the scholars, and for your advocacy and collaboration during PLT and bringing that work back to our ELA teachers. I see Ms. Fryman nodding her head. Thank you. Yes. Ms. Ganyu, thank you for your leadership. You're welcome. And Ms. Diaz. Yes. Ms. Diaz is a force to be reckoned with. She takes lesson planning to a whole new level. She's very serious about that, and also making sure that her children can learn, doing what they need socially and emotionally, and bringing that strength and also loving wisdom into the classroom. Ms. Diaz also joined us on Amityville Day, and we just thank you again for your leadership and being a staunch advocator and advocator for your scholars and making sure that you hold Dr. Oliveri and I accountable to make sure that you have what you need to be successful. So Westbury Middle School, please stand. Yes, Westbury Middle School. Yes. Let's give our teachers a big round of applause. Okay.
Awesome. All right. Beautiful. Let's go to the high school. You want to use the mic?
And Mr. Al Williams, and the work they put in dedication to our school district. A big round of applause for those two gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Check one. Can I please ask Ms. Vargas, Ms. Baxter, Mr. Imrit, Ms. Gray, and Ms. Vitali Mercado, please join your high school administration team at the podium. We're all here to thank you. To thank you for the time and dedication you have put forth for our scholars. As I look at each of you, I think about the growth year after year and the dedication you put forth. Thank you for letting this gentleman have an easy time writing your tenure recommendations. As a principal, when I self-reflect about your hiring year one and the questions you had and your growth throughout the years, it was a pleasure to write your recommendations. Thank you for your dedication to our scholars and our school and our district. Truly appreciated. As you know, at the high school, we get right to the point. When I look at each of you, there's a standout for each. Ms. Gray, your 9/11 advocacy. Every year counted on that we have an assembly here, and we always pivot to you for your advice to how we move forward. Thank you for keeping 9/11 alive at our high school. Ms. Vargas, welcome to the Westbury High School. When I was told we had a little Title I funding, had to create AIS, Academic Intervention Service classes for our scholars, and I needed a go-to in literacy. Ms. Vargas, I couldn't even finish the sentence. Like, I'm in. And that's the people we want on our team. Thank you for your advocacy. Thank you. Ms. Baxter, a summer school product. We were lucky and fortunate. We couldn't find a math teacher. And all of a sudden, Mrs. Snyder said, we might have somebody. When I first met you, I knew you would fit right in. And so grateful that you started your summer school here and came to us. But year after year, your coaching, your extracurricular support of our students. Thank you so much for all your support of our scholars. Mr. Imre, another coach among us. And that's how you get to know your students. And not only your students, our students. And that takes a lot of time and energy. So thank you so much, Mr. Imre. Ms. Vitali Mercado, in terms of our social, emotional support of our scholars, one thing we do at the Westbury High School in our district is make sure we support our social, emotional state of our students. And you brought so much energy, so much knowledge, and I love when we have our dialogues and we talk about what's next, what's next. Appreciate you so much and the support you have for our scholars and the work you do with them on the scenes and behind the scenes. Ladies and gentlemen, our high school about to be tenured teachers.
But I believe the high school, I believe you have one more tenure candidate.
So a little something about this next person. I think it was about 14 years ago, give or take a little bit, I walked into Westbury Middle School. And there was somebody who really stood out to me. This person was an ELA chairperson. And when she sat at the table, she came strong with advocacy. And I was so happy she was on my team. I would never imagine that our paths would cross again. And we are so fortunate, the Westbury High School, to have an assistant principal join us in our daily work. Oh, I think you know what I'm talking about. The Dr. Thiel brings 120% to the Westbury High School every day. We celebrate you, Dr. Thiel. We are appreciative of you and your dedication to our school and our scholars. Congratulations, Dr. Thiel.
I'm getting in on this.
We have one more. One more. So this person is not in one building. This person is in all buildings. We saw evidence of her teacher's hand on the stage a little bit earlier. Seen her influence on the streets of Westbury as our chorus goes out and sings. We've seen her work and influence and support, evidence at Citi Field. Just recently, a senior art show at Old Westbury Gardens. This work is evident in AP classes, IB classes, in our Strive classrooms. Her work, our work, in our music and art departments is to give student voice, to give students opportunity to create and to make beauty in happy times, in troubled times, being able to cast a sense of the aesthetic on a world that could use some makeup can satisfy the soul. And this person is a teacher, a leader, and an inspirer. And so we'd like to recommend Nidia Kevany for tenure as well.
And now, Mr. President, I present to you 21 fabulous teachers, 2 magnificent TAs, and 1 extraordinary assistant principal for tenure. There are 2 names that we also would like to make sure that are acknowledged. I'm going to ask Ms. Jagan if you can just come up and just also recognize the 2. They're not in the audience, but we definitely, I know they're watching, so we want to make sure that they are acknowledged. Thank you so much. Absolutely.
Yes. I would love to mention we have 2 teachers who are home right now watching. Janae Hockaday, our social studies teacher. Yes. Ms. Hockaday is instrumental in co-collaborating with Dr. Bloom and Dr. Oliveri in writing our Promising Schools application, so we thank Ms. Hockaday. And also Julianne Kavanaugh. Our science teacher working very closely with Ms. Vergara and doing an extraordinary job in the science classrooms, preparing our scholars for greatness. So I just wanted to recognize both
Perfect.
teachers. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
There's no more?
We ran a marathon tonight, y'all, didn't we? We did this, though. We acknowledge folk, we acknowledge our children, our staff. This was a different type of meeting, but we're getting toward the end. And so, Mr. President, I present to you our tenure nominations.
Thank you, Dr. Chase. It's, bestowing tenure on our staff is one of the most enjoyable things that the board gets to do. It's really great to see the reaction, of course, of the tenure recipients, but I really do appreciate the joy that all of their colleagues bring to this, and it's I want to just thank you for that. For the family, friends of the probably tenure recipients, I want to thank you also for being here and for supporting them. And I know it's more than supporting them just tonight. It's supporting them throughout their educational careers and then their professional careers with us. I'm going to ask that the board combine 3 different resolutions for one vote. 6Q for the 21 teacher tenure recommendations. 6R for the 2 TA tenure recommendations. And 6U for the 1 administrator's tenure recommendation. Do I have a motion to vote all 3 of those at one time?
So moved. Oh. Point of order.
I think it was moved. I'm not quite sure by who.
Point of order, you have to make a motion to
Sorry?
take it out. You have to make a motion to take it out.
Oh. Spare me that tonight, okay? Do we have a second? We have it moved and seconded. Ayes. Trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Keynes.
Aye.
Trustee Bowling. Trustee Dr. Dickerson.
Aye.
Vice President Ewing.
Aye.
And I'll make it unanimous. The motion to vote all 3 of those is now passed. Now we're, no. I know you're anxious, but now we have to actually vote on that resolution. Do I have a motion to approve the 3 resolutions we approved for a block vote?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Ayes. Trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Keynes.
Aye.
Trustee Bowling.
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson.
Aye.
Trustee Ewing, Vice President Ewing.
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. I think we're losing our audience. No, I think I have to do the, no, public comments. If they could have a question about it, and it's something we're going to vote on. Is Jessica Andreotti Block still here? Did you think we forgot about you after all this time? We just wanted to show you what you have to look forward to, a big celebration in, I guess, 4 years. Thank you for staying the course. May I have a motion to appoint Jessica Andreotti Block to a probationary position in the Office of Pupil Personnel Services as a special ed teacher? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved. Do you have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Ayes. Trustee Quintanilla?
Aye.
Trustee Wilson?
Aye.
Trustee Keynes?
Aye.
Trustee Bowling?
Aye.
Trustee Dr. Dickerson?
Aye.
Vice President Ewing?
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries. Congratulations to you as well. Jessica, I know you're a new appointee, and you're not sure if you can actually leave now, but you can, okay? Have a good night, and thanks for staying this long.
Thank you. Congratulations. Absolutely. Thank you for your patience. Thank you, Mr. Mack. No, I don't know. I'm looking for it.
Okay, so so we've voted for about 4 different agenda items, but there's still many that we have to go through. But the public deserves the opportunity to speak to any of the agenda items that we have not yet voted on, so they can express their opinion about that, or they can come and speak about any matter affecting the school district. We just ask that you come to the mic, give your name and your address, and let us know what's on your mind. Would anybody like to come to the mic?
Good afternoon, board members and faculty that join us tonight. Some of you may
Can we just ask you to speak directly into, is that mic working? Yes. Can you speak closer to the mic, please?
And please state your name. Good afternoon, board members and faculty that join us tonight. Some of you may recognize me, but is it imperative that we come again tonight to communicate our concern? I'm an upcoming 12th grader, and I'm here representing the class of 2026 as president and as president of the 10-12 Orchestra. As the next school year approaches, and us being the future senior class of 2026, we have some concerns, and I hope that it will not be taken to offense, as I want to be as respectful and just get this out. To begin, I want to address the issue of the involuntary transfer of our well-respected educators, Ms. Schock and Ms. Zerone.
I'm sorry, can you just hold on a second? Can somebody close the doors, please? It was difficult to hear you for a minute there, sorry. Thank you.
Am I good?
Okay.
Once again, I'm coming to you as a personal student, Ms. Schock, to say that at this high school we need her. High school is a milestone that makes or breaks a student for the rest of their life, and most importantly, their future. As our senior year approaches, you guys plan to take away our head advisor after she has been with us for 3 years and guided us all the way. Senior year is arguably the best year that you should have in your high school career. Why not just let her finish? A question that many of us students ask. I'm here representing my class of almost 400 students. We are all concerned with what the next school year holds here at Westbury. Although they may not be here today, they wanted to be here in spirit. We realize that as students, we really should not be out this late, but we're here because we care and we want to represent what we care about. Okay. Sorry, I lost my place. So if I were to name all the things Ms. Schock has done for her students and this school, we would be here all night. In all my 10 years of being in an orchestra and playing the violin, I've never met a teacher who has had the passion and dedication to help her students excel in the future. Coming to the high school as a confused 9th grader was terrifying, but one of the things that I do remember is Ms. Schock, the way that she would be a great teacher and continue to stay long hours after school for the musical. The way Ms. Schock helps students get out of their comfort zone and make new friends. If it weren't for the fun icebreakers Ms. Schock did, I would have never met my best friend Layla, who is in the viola section. Another amazing activity Ms. Schock does for the strings program is the Electrify Your Strings concert. That not only allows us students to rock in a way we thought only band could do, it gives us something to look forward to by playing these fun and popular music pieces instead of the stereotypical classical stuff. Don't get me wrong, I love that too though. Not to mention, she runs the very cool Westbury High School string page. It is evident to see all the alumni after the concerts that come up to Ms. Schock and happy to see her that she's still being dedicated to the high school. What truly shocked me was when I told my sisters that I had Ms. Shock in the August before my freshman year, and they said, "You're gonna love her trust." Although I had my doubts because I was a very shy and quiet student, they were very much right. When my sisters came to Carnegie Hall with me, another fun thing that Ms. Shock did for the program of the strings, which became a tradition for me to go with my sisters every year, giving us the opportunity to bond over the love for the strings of arts due to our large age gap. She recognized my sisters that she had 15 years ago, truly demonstrating the love she has for her students. In the 17 years Ms. Shock has been in this building since 2009, achieved first place except 1 year, and had many trophies from these festivals and plaques from NISMA for the school to display in the main lobby. It is public knowledge that most schools do things to show how advanced and better they are than other schools. If you guys truly want to be one of the top schools in New York, why take away the educators that do nothing but boost the school by representing the arts and bringing students together in unity? As students, it brings us pain to see that these teachers get treated as pieces of chess that they can be moved to wherever as the district pleases. The fact that you guys have the power to tell somebody to just pack it up and go should not be taken lightly. Us as students cannot and will not comply with these decisions without trying to give our input in hopes that you guys do not disregard it and take it lightly, as it is a serious decision that will impact the school as a whole. So we're here today with our parents and fellow classmates to make our concerns heard. With the full support of the parents, the PTA, and classmates, with alumni having 280 signatures on a petition for them to stay, and only 280 because we ran out of paper. We hope that you take our request strongly in your mind and your hearts and keep our extraordinary educators here at the high school. And those who are passionate at the middle school like Ms. Calhoun. And those of you with us students, thank you. And I would like to...
Again, sorry. Hi, my name is Mel, and I'm here on behalf of all my class members, the senior class, the class of 2026, the rising seniors, and I'm here on behalf of my fellow friends and peers that have unfortunately left because of the time we are in right now, since it was like 10 o'clock and long time, and they had to go home. Okay, so first I'm going to start with Jesslyn's concerns and speech. Jesslyn Guevara. She said, "Hello, my name is Jesslyn Guevara and am a rising senior at Westbury High School, a student of Ms. Shock, and have come tonight to speak for her and raise awareness for her transferring. She is a valuable member of our community, the arts program of Westbury High School, and the Westbury High School arts program would definitely not be the same without her. She practically lives here for all that she does in this school. If you go into the lobby, you will find several trophies from the orchestra, and they're mostly thanks to her. Ms. Shock is also our class advisor, as you know. Our class has been anything but cooperative, yet Ms. Shock continues to push and support us so we can have a great senior year. She is an amazing person, a love figure, and deserves to stay at the high school where she belongs." Next, we have Emily Manzano with her speech. She says, "Good evening, everyone. I'm incredibly disappointed to hear that our Westbury High School chorus and orchestra teacher and class advisor are being transferred. They aren't just schedule changes. They are a huge loss for our school and district. They've done more than just teach music. They've been safe places, have made incredible relationships with students, inspired confidence, and created unforgettable experiences with several. Their impact reaches far beyond the stage. Taking them away feels like a step. Their impact reaches step backward from the progress of our music department here in the high school. I urge our district to reconsider and listen to us, the students, and how we strongly feel about how negatively this will impact us. Thank you." Next, we have Loangie. She is a freshman that has been greatly impacted by Ms. Zerone and all that she's done for the school. She says, "Good evening, everyone. I want to take a moment to speak from the heart. I'm truly disappointed about the recent changes involving our Westbury High School chorus and orchestra teacher. These are important people who have gone above and beyond for us, not only teaching us rhythms and notes, but creating a safe space where everyone feels seen and inspired. Their passion, patience, and dedication have shaped our experiences in ways that words can't fully express. For many of us, the music room was a second home, and losing the people who made it that way is incredibly hard for us. They mean so much to us, and not having them in the building next year will leave a space in our heart that can't be easily filled. Our community has a saying, #ForTheKids, so we would love for you, the Board of Education, to hear us out and see it through. To our music teachers, thank you. We'll always appreciate and remember everything you've done for us. Thank you and have a good night. Okay, so yeah, that's all the speeches from them. And yeah.
I have more to say. But I just want to build on to what the freshmen said. It's not the place that makes it a home, it's the people in it. And that's exactly what Ms. Zerone and Ms. Shock have done for these students. You've heard it from a freshman. If you don't care about us old students, care about the little ones at least, please. But I'm done with Ms. Shock and all that. I want to talk about what happened on Friday. And I'm pretty sure all of you guys know, although there was no media coverage, which I think is completely unfair. But as seen on Friday, June 13th, there was meant to be a walkout protest due to all the injustices going on in our community. As a student body, we were ready to risk it all. Although there were threats against the valedictorian and the salutatorian about taking away their speech and taking away their prom and taking away class of 26's prom, but we were ready to do it all for our community. But the school chose to give us an assembly instead of doing that. Why is it that the social media account that the school has, One Westbury, is so quick to post every single little thing that goes on in the school, but can't even repost what class of 25 posted with the pictures that I was the only one taking pictures of these brave students uniting peacefully for Unity Day? Why is it that there was no media coverage when the school prides itself on being for the people? Although, Dr. Chase, I understand you may say that you can't speak up because you're attorneys and everything going on, but these are real life things that are happening in our community and going on in each and every one of our lives. So I want to quote what one of the students said. They said that these are our own siblings, and to the community, these are their children that are going to this school, a place where they want to be protected. They want to feel safe to go pick up their children. And I think it's important to speak about it because, as we know, ICE is in our community, and it's such a dangerous thing considering most of our community is full of colored people. We aren't just basic people. And I just want to say, what would happen if, God forbid, the crash happened at Park Ave? Like one of the students said, silence is complicity. It is important that our Westbury district, that is filled with a large percentage of students of color, spreads awareness to the dangers going on in the world. It is part of our life that in the end affects us all, and it is imperative to be educated and help others. That is part of our moral duty. All right, thank you. In conclusion, I'm also coming to you as class of 2026 president. I have many students coming up to me upset that the only option the school gives us for our senior trip. I would like Six Flags, but I'm gonna get that. Oh, I'm gonna read it. So, I would like to that the student cabinets, not only for our class, but classes coming up to their senior year, that they would be able to have more clarification on if there's even a part of the budget that helps the class go on the trip. Over the span of the 12 years that we dedicate to our education, where after most of us being together for all this time in the district, we spend our final moments together till we depart our separate ways to college. Why is it that the only option we have is Six Flags? I understand if the board doesn't want to help us fund for the senior trip because we have to fundraise, but why not help us get sponsors as seen done to aid the other programs to go out of country? I would like to know more information on possible trips, please, and thank you for your time. Have a wonderful night. Also, in addition, I don't know if you guys heard, we also have a petition. We started a petition for Ms. Shock and Ms. Zerone. Hold my phone real quick, please. So it's full of alumni and students with their ID numbers and signatures. I would have gotten more, but I ran out of paper, so because we want our teachers here.
So, Emily, thank you. And Melanie, thank you. Thank you all for elevating your voice and using your voice and respectfully addressing the board, the community, and the cabinet. Job well done. As you know, we can't talk about personnel. We talked about that before, and you know that, and so I appreciate you acknowledging that. A couple of things that I can speak on, because I didn't really understand you, but then I got it toward the end, and you talked about the Six Flags trip. Can we do something different? That's why you're the president. This is what you're going to advocate for. And I am going to advise you, as the senior class president, to sit down with your administrators and not just ask the question, why is it that we only go to Six Flags? But you're going to go to your administration, hold on, wait, with options, right? So you're going to speak to your senior members and ask them about maybe some other places that we can go. So do your research, do your homework, and have a conversation. I'm going to venture to say that Mr. Warren, Mr. Zimbler will be open to listening to your recommendations and your suggestions, right? So you can absolutely do that.
So I know a lot of class of 26s tune in, so that's why I'm coming to the speaker.
There you go.
They kind of pressed me to come here and ask you guys about it. But so they wanted to go to like Universal or somewhere in Florida, which is why I talked about funding.
So I love your question about funding. So senior class trips, when it comes to things like that, what a lot of school districts do when it relates to funding is that you start the fundraising now. You start it now. Don't wait until your senior year. You guys are juniors now, right? Okay, juniors, do your fundraising now. Do your research, because I know y'all on TikTok. I know you guys on the gram, because we see you on the gram. Find out Find out what school districts are doing that can raise the most amount of money. Leverage the high school PTA to help you raise money to offset the cost of those trips. All of those things are doable. Work together, stay positive, work together. You see how you respectfully came up to us and you talked to us and you're bringing those ideas to us? You're going to do the same thing at your high school, okay? I love how you use your voice. But have the ideas, have a plan, and once you have a plan and you have an idea, we'll see what happens. But let's start the fundraising now. Fundraising will offset the cost for all types of things. Now, when I come into the high school, I'm constantly spending money here. There's all sorts of fundraising. I mean, I get hit up for $20, $30 every time I walk into this building. Start your fundraising. You sell candy, you can sell carousel cakes, you can sell gift wrap, do multiple, you can have a car wash, do multiple fundraising. You can do it.
So adding on to that, how are we supposed to do that if we don't have an advisor?
You will have an advisor. You will never not have an advisor. You will have an advisor, but you also have a voice.
An advisor that truly cares and understands what we want.
So you know I'm not going to talk about personnel, but I appreciate you for being very quick with a response, and I like that. But what I'm going to ask you to do is you're going to have an advisor,
So
and when
are we going to find out?
Those appointments are made July 1st. So we have what we call appointments. Those appointments are made annually. So once that person is appointed, because I have no idea, there's no guarantee it's going to be anyone, but once the appointment is made, then what you can do is respectfully make an appointment to meet with the person, but also meet with your principal and your assistant principal. Okay, and you can go through your advisor because your advisor would be the advocate. But what I said to you is have a plan. And in that plan, include how you're going to do fundraising. Car washes make a lot of money. You know, selling candy, yes, carousel cakes, those things make a lot of money. And it can offset the cost, but continue and stay at it. During the homecoming, there are a lot of things you can do to make money. You'll have a lot of alumni. You gave me a list of all of these names, and some of them are alumni. Enlist your alumni, and your alumni can also help with some of your fundraising efforts.
Thanks.
Does that work, Emily?
One fundraising idea is there is a recycle sneaker fundraiser.
Oh.
That if you bring your old sneakers and you have a school full of people that have old sneakers, you can make a nice amount of money to make a dent into your fundraising scheme. So consider that.
Another thing, there are so many organizations in this school district that we partner with. Reach out to some of those organizations to help you with fundraising. I'm sure they'll be happy to do that for the class of 2026. All right, I'm looking forward to their fundraising.
Hello, good evening, Dr. Chase and esteemed members of the Westbury Board of Education. I apologize if I tear up or if I'm nervous, but I need to speak my truth. Dr. Pellick was removed from Westbury High School not because he harmed anyone, because he protected me. He stepped into a fight before it even happened.
Excuse me, Chelsea. I don't know if this microphone is working. Are you able to hear me?
Yes. He stepped into
Thank
a
you,
fight.
Mr. Triano. I'm sorry. Chelsea, if we could hold on for one moment. I want to echo what Dr. Chase said about us really appreciating you elevating your voice and you and your classmates being so vocal tonight. What I believe you may be about to talk about is something that should not be discussed in public session. If I'm on the right track with you, you're going to be talking about an incident that perhaps involves a teacher and a student. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I would ask that you hold off on that, and I'm asking respectfully because there is a process that needs to take place and we don't want to do anything to jeopardize that process. So if you give the district some time to address it appropriately, then I'm sure that they will follow up with you, and I know that you want this to be handled correctly, so if you could give us the opportunity to make sure that's done, I think it would be best for everyone.
All right, but may I please just talk about how good of a vice principal Dr. Pellick was?
If you could speak about Dr. Pellick without speaking about the incident, that would be great.
All right. If Dr. Pellick were still here, I would have told him everything that happened to me immediately. But he wasn't. The adult I trusted was gone. With respect, the Board of Education, you are failing me. You are failing us. You removed somebody who protected students and kept somebody who harmed them. That's taken out of context, but I'm sure you're aware about an incident that happened with me. Another one, not with Dr. Pellick. The school talks a lot about mental health, and I'm glad we have those resources, but no therapy flyer or cell presentation will ever replace the impact of having someone like Dr. Pellick check in on me every day. Greet me every morning, congratulate me on my grades, even the smallest achievements I had up to the biggest dreams I had. The biggest dreams I could have ever imagined. He made students feel safe and supported. I'm saying this right now because once it's said, it's on record, and I will not be brushed aside, not with PR statements, not with board meetings, or notes that skip over what matters. I'm here telling the truth, and I'm asking that somebody truly listen to me. I need Dr. Pellick back. Westbury needs Dr. Pellick back. He is an amazing vice principal.
Brave.
That will be
Thank
all.
you. Thank you, Chelsea.
Would any of the students like to speak?
You have to shout them out, Chelsea. You didn't have to shout them out. That was supposed to be, right?
Well, I just want to thank the three of you that did speak. We appreciate that you're using your voice. So thank you for letting us hear a perspective that we don't often hear. So thank you, and thank you for staying for the whole night.
Dr. Pellick truly is amazing.
Okay.
He changed my life.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
want you guys to get home safely. If there are no further questions, you know what I'm talking about, right? And you know what you have to do once you arrive home, correct? You got your orders. Okay, I'm expecting that. Thank you so much. We appreciate your voice.
Would anybody else like to come to the mic?
Okay, just want to let these student drivers, you drive? Who's driving? Oh, your dad's picking you up, good, okay. Melanie, how are you getting home, honey? Okay, okay, all right, good. You're the driver, got it, okay.
Good evening.
Good night.
Chester McGibbon, 502 Alicia Drive. Mr. President, in the many years I've been coming here, I can't recall a meeting like this in terms of agenda and excitement. I think we should just, congratulations to all involved. I think we should just go home.
Just go home. Okay.
But I have a question. I have a question, though. Agenda item.
Chester, if you think that was something, you have to come to convocation, because the energy at convocation is just unbelievable.
Oh, that's okay.
And not to mention the WTA retirement dinner. Our teachers know how to party.
I got you. Agenda item 7J. It's about the Armorock Food Services extension, contract extension. Did we have a RFP proposal floated for this position? Because I noted that it's a second extension for this entity. Did we have a RFP? And if so, how many bidders were there?
So he's asking about the Aramark, right, and were there other bidders and the process by which Aramark is now on the agenda? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. McGibbon. 2 years ago, there was a bid for our food service management company, and Aramark won that bid. Last year was the second year, which is the second year of the bid was our second year extension. This will be our third year extension. There wasn't a bid this year. The contract is being extended under the terms and conditions of the bid that they won 2 years ago. That's permitted by the New York State Department of Education. So this is an extension of the existing contract that was bid 2 years ago.
So in terms of extension, does it mean that you renewed the bid even though the term was not ended? Is that what extension means here?
So the contract was for 1 year, but the New York State Department of Education Child Nutrition Department allows that to be extended for 4 additional years under the same terms and conditions of the original bid document, which was done 2 years ago. But it allows for a CPI increase by the government's CPI numbers of an increase. But everything else under the original contract remains in force and effect. So there was no bid this year. Right now it's an extension of the original contract. That is allowed by the New York State Department of Education.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McGibbon.
You're welcome.
Good evening, everyone. Isabella Hamilton Lomax, 565 Jefferson Street. I just wanted to echo Mr. McGibbon's remarks. This was a phenomenal meeting tonight. It was so exciting to see all the scholars receive their awards and the teachers earn their tenure, and to see our students speak on something they're so passionate about. And it's a testament, I guess, to the board and to our administration on picking educators and administrators who are so impactful to our students. And I hope that you take the feedback that they're providing and the positions and the efforts that they're doing to save their beloved teacher into consideration as you make the decisions. I did want to follow up on the email that I sent the board about the technology research that I did. I mentioned it at the planning meeting last Tuesday, and I was, Mr. Quintanilla asked me to forward some of the information. I did forward it. I'm reiterating my strong desire to see some of those programs implemented here. I also did have another suggestion about the website. When I look at our website, which we've made leaps and bounds of improvement on, I just want to say that. But there is a glaring difference between our website and the other websites, which are like full course descriptions on what's being offered at the other schools with the different departments and the courses that the students can take and the tracks that they can take. So I also included that in the email as well. So I hope that as you continue to revise and improve, that you implement that. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to approach the mic?
Board votes, I just want to thank our community members and our scholars again for just hanging in there beyond 11 o'clock. So thank you so much, and our administrators who are here as well. And of course, our translators who are still translating for our families. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. I do want to announce, looking at our translators, I know that we also use Wordly in our school district. Wordly has just launched their Haitian Creole translation. So we're super excited. So for all of our Haitian Creole speakers in our school district, I want you to know that Laser Alert definitely advocated for us to make sure that Haitian Creole is represented, and so they are now represented. Thank you so much. And Urdu.
Oh, I thought Laser wanted to ask a question.
Do you want to do a motion to block vote all items not previously voted on?
I'm sorry?
Do you want to do a motion to block vote all items not previously voted on?
Well, except for one. We're going to I'm going to ask for a block vote for all the items not already approved, which are items 6Q, 6R, and 6U. Items 6T, 6N, 7P, and 13Q are being withdrawn. And so I'd like to take a vote on everything with the exception of 5I and 8S. Can I have a motion to block vote all the items not already approved, not withdrawn, and not 5I and 8S? Do I have a motion?
Could you give us a second so I can see what 5I is, please?
I'm sorry?
Can you give us a second?
He just,
I can't.
the board is just requesting a moment to see what items 5I and 8S are.
Yeah, 5I, the description does not seem to match what's in the body of the resolution. And I want to give the administration a moment to clarify that. And I'm thinking that when we come out of our very short executive session, that they can clarify that at that time. And then we'll be able to vote when we come out of executive session, hopefully.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved, so the block vote has been moved and seconded. Ayes, Trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Keynes.
Aye.
Trustee Bowling.
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson.
Aye.
Vice President Ewing.
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. Now, may I have a motion for item 8S?
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Troiano. We had a motion to block vote
I'm sorry, you're right.
the items.
You're right. Yep, okay, thank you. Now, may I now have a motion to approve the items, just approved for a block vote?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Ayes. Trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Keynes.
Aye.
Trustee Bowling.
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson.
Aye.
Vice President Ewing.
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. That motion carries unanimously. May I now have a motion to approve item 8S?
So moved.
It's been moved. Do you have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Ayes. Trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
I am abstaining from this vote due to family ties in the agenda item.
Thank you. Trustee Keynes.
Aye.
Trustee Bowling.
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson.
Aye.
Vice President Ewing.
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries 6-0 with one abstention. I think that's the entire agenda now? Okay. I can't believe I'm saying this at 11:32, but I'm going to ask for a motion to go in executive session. I anticipate that we will be in executive session for no more than half an hour, probably less, and we will be discussing one item of related to personnel. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Ayes. Trustee Quintanilla.
Aye.
Trustee Wilson.
Aye.
Trustee Keynes.
Aye.
Trustee Bowling.
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson.
Aye.
Vice President Ewing.
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Is this thing on?
Thank you. Is this thing on? Okay. All right. Can I, Ms. Bowling, can you please control yourself? Can I have a motion to come out of executive session?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Ayes. Trustee Quintanilla?
Aye.
Trustee Wilson?
Aye.
Trustee Keynes? Aye. Trustee Bowling?
Aye.
Aye.
Dr. Dickerson? Ewing?
Aye.
Troiano? Aye. Motion carries unanimously. We're out of executive session. Before we went into executive session, it was pointed out that there was an error in the way 5I was presented. And during executive session, the administration was able to clear up what the discrepancy was. And so we're going to be able to vote on that, but we're going to have to amend 5I. 5I currently has as a heading, contract, Transcendent Space Leadership, Inc., for the 25-26 school year. But in the recommended action, it says resolved that upon the recommendation of the superintendent of schools, the Board of Education approves the 25-26 agreement, so up to that point it's fine, between Literacy Strategies Consulting. That's a mistake. That should not read Literacy Strategies Consulting. It should read Transcendent Space Leadership. And the resolution goes on, the recommended action goes on to say, and the Westbury Union Free School District for the 25-26 school year for a fee of $2,500 as outlined in Appendix A of the contract. That is to be paid for with the Title II funds. So I'd like to make a motion to amend the resolved clause to substitute Transcendental Space Leadership for Literacy Strategies Consulting.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Ayes. Trustee Quintanilla?
Aye.
Trustee Wilson?
Wilson, she here?
Yeah, we were just trying to, you're changing literacy strategies consultant to transcendent space leadership? Yes.
Correct.
Aye.
Trustee Keynes?
Aye.
Trustee Bowling?
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson?
Aye.
Vice President Ewing?
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion carries unanimously. May I now have a motion to approve Resolution 5I as amended just a moment ago?
So moved.
Aye. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Ayes. Trustee Quintanilla?
Aye.
Trustee Wilson?
Aye.
Trustee Keynes?
Aye.
Trustee Bowling?
Aye.
Trustee Dickerson?
Aye.
Vice President Ewing?
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Been moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded, moved and seconded. Ayes. Trustee Quintanilla?
Aye.
Trustee Wilson?
Aye.
Trustee Keynes?
Aye.
Trustee Bowling? Aye. Trustee Dickerson?
Aye.
Vice President Ewing?
Aye.
And I, Robert Troiano, vote aye. Thank you. Good night.